While this was one of the first times I heard from businesses in my district about the March 31st deadline, it was certainly not the last. As I talked to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we realized we were hearing the same thing from small businesses and lenders across the country. They needed more time to make sure we are reaching as many businesses as possible. Last year, Chairwoman Velasquez, along with members on both sides of the aisle, made significant improvements to the PPP loans in order to protect small businesses. Recently, President Biden made changes enhancing access to the PPP loans for the smallest of small businesses, many of which are minority-owned and women-led businesses, such as the ones located throughout my district. The data show that it's working. 73.5% of the loans distributed in 2021 are under $50,000, almost 5% higher than what that number was last year. Now is not the time to stop fighting for the mom-and-pop stores, restaurants, and businesses across the country. Some examples of situations that this bill will address include a local pre-prepared food company has not applied for a PPP loan because of how the loan amounts were initially calculated for sole proprietorships. Thanks to President Biden's changes to the loan calculation formula, this business would now qualify for a forgivable loan. However, because of the March 31st deadline, some lenders are reluctant to help out because it is such a short time frame to evaluate and process these loans. Another performance venue in Gwinnett County was just pleased to learn that the American Rescue Plan we just passed would now allow them to access both the Shuttered Venue Operator Grant Program and the PPP program, but now they're scrambling to get their loan application in by March 31st. This bill allows additional time to get funding to these small businesses who need it most. This bill is supported by a number of leading business organizations, including the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the National Federation of Independent Businesses, the International Franchise Association, the National Restaurant Association, and Small Business Majority, as well as over 90 additional organizations. Last, I also want to appreciate and point out that this bill is bipartisan. In this time of deep division in our country, we have all come together to do what is right for our communities, and I hope that we can build on this moment as we continue to tackle the challenges that face our nation. I thank Chairwoman Velasquez, Ranking Member Luetkemeyer, Congresswoman Kim, and the House Committee on Small Business for partnering to protect small businesses. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 1799, the PPP Extension Act of 2021. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Luetkemeyer, for yielding. And I thank you and Chairwoman Velasquez for your leadership on the Small Business Committee. I look forward to working with all of you to strengthen small businesses across the country. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1799, Paycheck Protection Program Extension Act of 2021. I was proud to introduce this bipartisan bill with Representative Caroline Boldo, Ranking Member Luetkemeyer, and Chairwoman Velasquez to extend the PPP deadline for new applications from March 31 to May 31st to provide the Small Business Administration additional 30 days to process PPP applications. Much of the importance of why this bipartisan legislation was needed was already spoken, but I think it begs the importance, so I'm going to say a few words about the state of California that I represent. 40,000 small businesses have closed in California during the COVID-19 pandemic, and half of those closures are permanent. The Paycheck Protection Program has been a lifeline for small businesses to keep their doors open as we safely reopen our communities. As the Biden administration announced 5 changes to PPP on February 22nd, the looming March 31st deadline does not give our small businesses the time to adjust to the new guidance listed by SBA. This bill provides small businesses and lenders with the time needed to process PPP loan and adjust to the recent changes. As a small business owner myself, I understand the challenges that small businesses face each day. Our bipartisan bill provides Main Street with the opportunity to overcome the pandemic and thrive. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1799 and put Main Street on a path to recovery. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlelady from New York.
I will continue to reserve the balance of my
The
time.
gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Hagedorn.
I thank my friend from Missouri. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1799, the PPP Extension Act of 2021. This targeted, bipartisan 60-day Paycheck Protection Program extension is exactly the type of relief that Congress should be focused on providing. This bill contrasts sharply with the nearly $2 trillion partisan monstrosity of a progressive wish list policies this body passed just a week ago. With optimism on the vaccine front, governors around the country finally loosening their arbitrary restrictions on small businesses and schools, and $1 trillion from previous relief measures still unspent, this bill is a responsible and appropriate way to ensure relief reaches our small businesses that are most in need. Our small businesses must have the tools necessary to compete and contribute to our local economies as we move past this pandemic. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlelady from New York.
I continue to reserve.
The gentlelady from New York reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tenney, and welcome her back to this body.
Thank you, Mr. Lukemeyer. Thank you, Madam Speaker, as well. I rise today to support H.R. 1799, the Paycheck Protection Program Extension Act of 2021. This bipartisan legislation will extend the PPP application period, allowing the Small Business Administration more time to process loans. The PPP has been a vital tool for small businesses across the country and throughout New York's 22nd Congressional District. Extending the application period will give small business owners the tools they need to continue paying their employees and keep their doors open, helping to reopen our economy even faster. In my home state of New York, PPP has provided 140,000 loans totaling $12 billion and saved hundreds of thousands of jobs. PPP has been an effective, bipartisan COVID-19 relief program, and I'm pleased to co-sponsor this legislation. It will extend relief to small businesses that need it the most. As a member of the House Small Business Committee, one of my top priorities in Congress is to deliver targeted relief to families and small businesses across New York's 22nd District. H.R. 1799 does just that. It will ensure that the remaining $120 billion, that's with a B, in PPP funds under the CARES Act get to the small businesses that desperately need it. As we look to reopen our economy and get back to normal after a tremendously difficult year, particularly in my district where over 94% of the jobs are created by small business owners, this will make all the difference. I want to thank the Chairwoman Velasquez, my friend from New York, and Ranking Member Lukemeyer, and everyone who's joining on this legislation. We really appreciate your leadership. As a small business owner, we are grateful, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlelady from New York.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Madam
The
Speaker,
gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
I have no further speakers either, and I'm prepared to close, and if I'll go ahead and close, and we're ready to go. Okay?
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through no fault of their own, small businesses were forced to change how they operated in the face of COVID-19. Some adapted, some had to change their product lines, and unfortunately, some had to close. As a response, Congress created the Bipartisan Paycheck Protection Program. Its impact and effectiveness have been instrumental to the small business economy. With technical difficulties plaguing applications and a fast-approaching deadline, H.R. 1799 provides a targeted, straightforward approach to addressing these issues. H.R. 1799 will extend the PPP for 60 days through May 31st and extend a 30-day exclusive window to the SBA in order to address all outstanding PPP applications. The program was always meant to be temporary assistance to struggling small businesses. The PPP Extension Act will provide small businesses and lenders the confidence they need while also creating a plan for a smooth conclusion of the program. As America continues to open up and recover, small businesses will drive our economic recovery forward. In conclusion, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that this bill stands as one of the most impactful bipartisan pieces of legislation to advance in Congress this year. I want to thank Chairman Velasquez for sincere efforts and hard work in this. I look forward to continuing to work with her on a bipartisan basis on other issues for the remainder of our term here. And I hope that this bipartisan product will serve as a prime example of what can get done in Washington when both sides come together and talk through the issues. With that, Madam Speaker, I recommend and urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1799, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with over 95 million COVID-19 vaccine doses administered as of last week, the country is finally starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Entrepreneurs are feeling more hopeful that if they can just get through the rest of 2021, that 2022 can be a year of growth for them. But put simply, the small business economy is not there yet, and many of the smaller firms continue to report a need for economic relief. Today's 2-month extension of the PPP application deadline from March 31st to May 31st will help small firms access much-needed relief to meet their expenses and put them in a position to fully reopen as soon as it is safe to do so. And the additional 30-day period will give the SBA the flexibility it needs to process and approve the loans submitted by the new May 31st deadline. I want to once again thank Ms. Bordeaux of Georgia, Ms. Kim of California for their leadership on this important issue. I also want to thank the ranking member, Mr. Lukemeyer, for his unwavering commitment to our nation's 30 million small businesses and his bipartisan cooperation on this bill. And I look forward to working with you on legislation that will provide a retroactive fix for Schedule C borrowers and also allow farmers and ranchers to use gross income to maximize PPP assistance. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1799 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 485.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 485, a bill to reauthorize the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
So ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Stronger Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, or Stronger CAPTA. One of the most basic responsibilities of public servants is to protect children from physical and emotional trauma of child abuse and neglect. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the last decade, we saw a disturbing rise in rates of child maltreatment, which coincided with the devastating opioid epidemic. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic is not only reaffirming the urgent need to address the growing crisis, also across the country, families are coping with severe financial and emotional challenges. Child State Protective Services agencies, which have been chronically underfunded, are also struggling to help families keep caseworkers safe. Stronger CAPTA is a bipartisan solution. We need to prevent child abuse and neglect from happening in the first place, and then to provide better treatments to address child abuse when it takes place. This legislation provides states with the resources they need to expand locally driven prevention strategies, which will help strengthen families and improve child protective services. It also invests in child protective services so that they can ensure that caseworkers will have the resources to both help children and keep themselves safe. The legislation also streamlines communications between child protective services across the country so that critical information is not lost across state lines. Such a system would have likely saved the life of Heaven Watkins, an 11-year-old girl from my community who tragically died because local child protective services had no way of knowing that her parents had a history of child abuse in another state. Finally, Stronger CAPTA builds on our bipartisan commitment to keeping families together when it's in the best interest of the child. Madam Speaker, we must do everything in our power to ensure that our nation's children learn and grow in healthy environments. That is why last Congress, both Democrats and Republicans worked together to pass Stronger CAPTA with broad bipartisan support. Our bipartisan effort to pass this bill again this year demonstrates that no matter our party affiliations, we can all agree that Congress must do everything we can to support children and families. To that end, I want to thank Subcommittee Chair Ms. Bonamici and Ranking Subcommittee Member Mr. Comer for their leadership on this key priority for our committees. I urge my colleagues to support Stronger Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank my colleague from Virginia for yielding time. Madam Speaker, I rise today as a partner in important work to prevent and treat child abuse through the bipartisan Stronger Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, or Stronger CAPTA. Child abuse and neglect are heartbreaking, immoral, and inexcusable. No child should ever have to endure pain and suffering at the hands of a parent or caregiver. Yet, unfortunately, such behavior continues to affect millions of children across the country. This bill, Stronger CAPTA, is focused on doing what Congress can do to see that no child experiences the dreadful impacts caused by neglect and abuse. This legislation is a result of bipartisan collaboration among members of the Education and Labor Committee and will strengthen federal efforts to recognize, prevent, and treat child abuse and neglect nationwide. While we have a variety of perspectives represented on the committee, I believe this compromise will benefit children and families and maintain important protections for parents and faith-based providers of care to families. Importantly, Stronger CAPTA not only protects children, but also maintains and strengthens parental rights. While there are certainly instances where intervention is necessary, this legislation includes important safeguards to limit unsubstantiated or false reports and provides education to child protective service workers about the rights of parents and families. The first priority of the federal government should always be to protect and respect the family unit while fostering an environment for both parents and children to thrive. Stronger CAPTA gives a holistic view of child abuse and neglect, providing states with resources designed to strengthen families and keep children with those who love them most. CAPTA was originally enacted in 1974 to support the development of programs aimed at prevention, assessment, investigation, prosecution, and treatment of child abuse and neglect. Stronger CAPTA seeks to continue this important work while putting more emphasis on prevention so that abuse and neglect can be stopped before it happens. The need to pass this legislation and send it to the President's desk is urgent. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, heightened stress, school closures, loss of income, and social isolation resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic have increased the risk for child abuse and neglect. The rate of child maltreatment has ticked up in recent years, devastating families and communities across the country and underscoring the necessity to open America's schools safely. Without teachers interacting with students every day, an entire line of defense against neglect and abuse is lost. Additionally, due to the increased demand on their services, state child protective services agencies are struggling to respond to the growing number of reports they receive each year. That is why we're here. Stronger CAPTA will help states address the recent and devastating rise in child abuse and neglect by improving the quality of child protective services and building networks of prevention services designed to strengthen American families. It improves collaboration between states regarding accountability, supports the development of strategies and best practices for reducing rates of abuse and neglect linked to parent substance abuse disorder, and ensures that no child is removed from a family solely because of their economic situation or without a judicial order, except in cases of imminent harm. Furthermore, the bill seeks to prevent and treat child abuse by engaging the community. We want to prevent abuse before it ever happens, and one of the best ways to accomplish that goal is to ensure that communities and parents work together in the planning, implementation, and evaluation of prevention services. I believe every member of this body wishes to live in a world where laws like Stronger CAPTA are not necessary. Unfortunately, we do not live in such a world. But it's reassuring that during times of extreme political divisiveness, we can come together for the greater good. I'd like to acknowledge the hard work done on both sides of the aisle to author this bipartisan legislation aimed at protecting some of our most vulnerable citizens. Protecting America's children from abuse and neglect is something we can all agree is of paramount importance, and I'm glad we could work together on such a meaningful initiative. I urge all members to support the Stronger CAPTA, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield such time as she may consume to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Macbeth.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Scott, for yielding to me. I really appreciate it. I rise today in support of H.R. 485, the Stronger Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. Children are our future teachers, doctors, police officers, and members of Congress. It's our responsibility to ensure that they can live, learn, and grow up in a safe environment. In fiscal year 2020, in my home state of Georgia, it actually ranked second in the country for the number of calls to child abuse hotlines. That is why I was so proud to introduce an amendment in the Education and Labor Committee last Congress with my colleague, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Stefanik, that would establish a national child abuse hotline. And I'm excited that the same language was once again included in this year's Stronger CAPTA legislation. Our bill will create a grant program for a National Children's Abuse Hotline for the establishment and operation of a 24-hour hotline for victims of child abuse, their families and caregivers, parents, youth, mandated reporters, and any other concerned community member can call or text the National Child Abuse Hotline when looking for immediate help and support during moments of crisis and moments of doubt. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased the risk factors that lead to child abuse, as millions are experiencing elevated levels of stress due in part to job and income loss or even the loss of a loved one. Before the pandemic, teachers, social workers, and members of the community who regularly interacted with children and youth were able to identify the instances of child abuse and record them and report them accordingly. However, as we maintain social distancing to keep ourselves and our loved ones safe, it's much harder for those individuals who once interacted with our youth to identify such abuse. That is why we must continue to invest in child abuse and prevention services, such as the National Child Abuse Hotline that Congresswoman Stefanik and I have included in Stronger CAPTA. We do not yet know the full extent to which the COVID-19 pandemic will impact our children, but we need to make sure that we are fully prepared to take care of them no matter what. As my esteemed colleague, Representative Fox, has just made mention of, that additional stressors with COVID-19 pose more conflicts in our homes, and thereby adding additional opportunities for child abuse. Now is not the time to reduce funding or support for these well-needed services. Our nation's children need us now more than ever. And I'm so grateful, even though I no longer have my child with me, I'm so grateful to be able to encourage my colleagues to stand and support this well-meaning legislation so that I can take part in saving the lives and protecting children that may not even be my own. Stronger CAPTA is bipartisan legislation that provides critical protections and resources to family and children across our nation to prevent and end child abuse. With the passage of this bipartisan legislation, we are just one step closer to saving our children's lives. Stronger CAPTA is important not only for my home state of Georgia, but for the nation. Together, we must ensure the safety of our nation's children. They are our future. If we as a nation do not protect the most vulnerable and the least of these, then who are we? Who are we in the eyes of the nation, and who are we in the eyes of the world? Together, we must ensure the safety of our nation's children. I encourage all of my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats, to support this very vital and well-meaning and important legislation. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves, the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I asked the gentleman from Virginia if he's prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close, Madam Speaker.
Then I am.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, no child should ever have to endure the pain of abuse or neglect by a parent or caregiver, and that's why today's work is so important. By passing today's bill, we are focused on protecting the most vulnerable citizens among us and give them a voice here in Congress. The bipartisan Stronger CAPTA bolsters prevention efforts and streamlines current assurances and requirements so states can focus on serving and providing treatment to children rather than spending more time filling out paperwork. Child abuse and neglect has no place in America's homes, and it is my hope that today's legislation will significantly reduce the number of children who must cope with the devastating impacts of abuse and neglect. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their hard work on this critical legislation. Again, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from North Carolina yields back. The gentleman from Virginia
Madam
is
Speaker, I
recognized.
yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I once again want to thank Ms. Bonamici and Mr. Comer, as well as Ms. Stevens, Ms. Stefanik, Dr. Schreier, Mr. Johnson, and Ranking Member Fox for their leadership in advancing this bill. Stronger CAPTA will make significant improvements in existing law by authorizing record levels of funding for prevention as well as treating child abuse, increasing accountability to make sure states are using the money effectively, and closing gaps in the law that will put vulnerable children in danger. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of the time.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 485? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair,
Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
two-thirds being in the affirmative. The gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1651, the COVID-19 Bankruptcy Relief Extension Act of 2021 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1651, a bill to amend the CARES Act to extend the sunset for the definition of a small business debtor and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from and the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1651.
So ordered. Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 1651, the COVID-19 Bankruptcy Relief Extension Act of 2021, is bipartisan legislation to temporarily extend until March 27, 2022, the COVID-19 bankruptcy relief provisions enacted as part of the CARES Act and the December 2020 Omnibus Appropriations Bill. Since the bankruptcy provisions of the CARES Act will expire next week, it is urgent for Congress to ensure that families and small businesses do not lose access to these economic lifelines. These provisions were enacted last year to provide critical relief to families and small businesses forced into bankruptcy because of the ongoing pandemic. For example, they help ensure that federal COVID-related relief payments are used by families to get through this pandemic instead of being seized by creditors. They also help people stay in their homes and ensure that their utilities are not shut off. In addition, these provisions protect individuals and creditors alike from the effects of the pandemic, derailing the court-ordered repayment plans that promise a way out of Chapter 13 bankruptcy. Excuse me. They will also allow more small businesses to take advantage of the streamlined process established by the Small Business Reorganization Act. Extending these necessary protections until March of next year will provide much-needed certainty that the bankruptcy system will remain responsive to debtors and creditors alike during this extraordinarily disruptive crisis. I thank Mr. Klein for his work with me on this bill and for his work to ensure that small businesses have meaningful access to the bankruptcy process. I urge my colleagues to support this urgently needed bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this pandemic, everyone knows, has uprooted lives and caused untold destruction to families, to workers, and to small business. And many see the partisan behavior as destructive during this time, and they often do not see the bipartisan behavior. Today's extension, H.R. 1651, is an example of bipartisan behavior on behalf of the American people. Repeatedly, lengthy government shutdowns in response to the pandemic have devastated the ability of millions to work, pay bills, and support their families and keep their small businesses afloat. In my home state of California, the restaurant industry has seen more than 1 out of 4 restaurants shutter their doors forever. In 2020, Congress passed 5 bipartisan COVID relief pacts. The CARES Act allowed a variety of temporary measures for families and small businesses. When it was passed, we believed that, in fact, once the vaccine was available, that we would be able to put this behind us. But today, when over 10% of Americans have received the vaccine, we now know that the road to full recovery is longer ahead of us, even after we begin going to work. So allowing small businesses to file Chapter 11 bankruptcy by increasing the maximum debt ceiling, excluding federal COVID relief payments from income calculations, and allowing debtors to file Chapter 13 to modify their payment plans are only some of the critical items that the CARES Act did and that today we are making sure will continue until March of 2022. This bill also extends through 2022 bankruptcy relief provisions included in the December 2020 COVID relief bill, or package. The extension will provide individuals and businesses with certainty, simplicity, as they look at an economic recovery that, although it is underway, may be long. Enacting this bill will assist debtors and businesses of all sorts as Americans and their firms continue to address economic realities. The bill is bipartisan, and the bill recognizes that even businesses which have remained up and running often find themselves in a ripple effect of other bankruptcies or failures by companies that have been shut down. And so I strongly recommend the passage of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now am pleased to yield 3 minutes to one of the co-authors of this bill, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from California, my friend working on this issue. I want to thank the chairman for his work on this issue, great leadership on this important initiative. In 2010, the National Bankruptcy Conference Small Business Working Group released and presented to Congress a report that identified a problem regarding small businesses in the bankruptcy law and recommended amendments to the code to add a new chapter for small business reorganizations. As a result of this recommendation, I introduced the Small Business Reorganization Act, which was signed into law in August of 2019, and I'm pleased to say it's been a great success for small businesses. It's my understanding that 80% of small business debtors have chosen to proceed under Subchapter 5, and preliminary data indicates that these cases are achieving confirmation far more often than small businesses who filed prior to SBRA. However, the Small Business Reorganization Act was implemented only a month before the COVID-19 pandemic caused the state-mandated temporary closure of thousands of businesses. And so, seeing the need to ensure that this new lifeline would be even more impactful, the CARES Act, passed in March of 2020, increased the amount of debt a business can have to be eligible for small business bankruptcy procedures from $2.7 million to $7.5 million, and allowed debtors experiencing hardship because of COVID-19 to modify bankruptcy reorganization plans entered into before the law was enacted. I've heard from bankruptcy judges and lawyers in the Western District of Virginia who have said that their experience with the Small Business Reorganization Act has been extremely positive. And according to the American Bankruptcy Institute, as of last Sunday, 1,651 cases have been filed. In addition, according to the Federal Judicial Center's integrated database, as of September 30th, 2020, there were 759 Subchapter 5 cases filed in the 6 months from the time the debt limit was raised to the end of fiscal year 2020, with information on liabilities available for 548 of these cases. Of those, 28% involved debtors whose liabilities exceeded the original limit of $2.7 million, and these debtors would not have been eligible for Subchapter 5 without the temporary increase provided by the CARES Act. And without this bill to keep the debt limit at $7.5 million for another year while we continue to navigate this pandemic, about 30% of businesses who would choose to use it would no longer be eligible. Preservation of the business benefits both the creditor, who should receive a higher recovery because of the debtor's restructuring than they would if the business liquidated, and the debtor, who will now be able to remain in business rather than liquidating. Our districts depend on their small businesses, their hotels, convenience stores, restaurants, and pharmacies. Those who endeavor to open and run a small business are proud of their work and their standing in our communities. Unfortunately, they also take on a sometimes insurmountable financial burden. And as we've seen over the last year, when they're forced to close, it has a great impact on the rest of us. That's why the year-end spending and relief package omitted recovery rebate payments from bankruptcy estates and blocked utilities from stopping or denying service to some individuals in bankruptcy. This bill would extend those provisions by 3 months, but wouldn't affect other provisions in that law that are already scheduled to expire later in 2022. I'm proud to have introduced this legislation along with the Chairman Nadler, to support our small businesses and our
The gentleman is recognized.
I'm proud to have introduced this bill with the Chairman, and I urge its passage. I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared
Gentleman
to close.
reserves. The gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers. So in closing, both sides of the aisle are united behind this good, sensible extension of law, and we strongly recommend that all our members vote for it, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, this bill will provide critical relief to the small business and families forced into bankruptcy because of the ongoing pandemic. These provisions help make sure that the pandemic does not derail the path to a fresh start that the Bankruptcy Code promises for individuals and businesses alike. As Mr. Issa said, this is bipartisan legislation. I am aware of no opposition to it whatsoever. I hope all my colleagues will support this urgently needed bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
New York yields back. And the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1651 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1652, the VOCA fix to sustain the Crime Victims Fund Act of 2021 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1652, a bill to deposit certain funds into the Crime Victims Fund to waive matching requirements and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1652.
So ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the VOCA fix to sustain the Crime Victims Fund Act would support vital victim service programs by preventing future cuts to already diminished federal victim service grants. Grants under the Victims of Crime Act, or VOCA, are the primary source of federal funding for thousands of victim service providers around the country, including programs serving victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, trafficking, and drunk driving. VOCA grants also fund victim compensation, including paying medical bills, covering lost wages, and paying for funeral costs. These critical grants are not taxpayer funded. Instead, they are paid out of the Crime Victims Fund, or CVF, which is funded in turn through federal criminal fines, forfeited bail bonds, penalties, and special assessments collected by U.S. attorneys' offices, federal U.S. courts, and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Over the past several years, however, deposits into the CVF have dropped significantly, leading to corresponding cuts in grants to victim service providers. This is in part because the federal government has increased its reliance in recent years on deferred prosecution and non-prosecution agreements, the penalties from which are not deposited into the CVF. This legislation would shore up funding for this critical fund by requiring DOJ to deposit penalties from these deferred prosecution and non-prosecution agreements into the CVF, in addition to the funds currently deposited from other sources. Not only does this legislation ensure that the CVF is more financially stable, it would also make much-needed improvements to victim compensation and services. For example, it would increase the statutory amount awarded to victim compensation programs, and it expands the range of victims eligible for compensation. It also allows states to request a no-cost extension from the Attorney General, as allowed for other Department of Justice formula grant programs, to ensure that states can thoughtfully and effectively distribute victim service grants without being penalized. Other improvements include waiving matching requirements for the duration of the COVID-19 crisis, plus 1 additional year, and additional discretion for the states which administer VOCA funds to further waive matching requirements once this initial waiver period expires. All of these provisions would substantially improve the program's effectiveness and would enable it to offer more services to more people. I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, the gentlelady from Queens, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the other bipartisan co-sponsors of this important legislation for their support. I also want to thank our colleagues in the Senate, including Senator Durbin, the lead sponsor, and Senator Graham, for their efforts to pass the bill in that chamber as well. This bipartisan bicameral legislation ensures that programs and services assisting victims of crime are fully funded and are better supported with no new taxpayer dollars. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, so often we hear criminals should pay for what they've done wrong. This is exactly what the Victims of Crime Act has done since 1994, is to provide the ability to collect fines and fees against those very perpetrators and apply it toward the solution and, in fact, the remediation of the damage they have done. No amount of money makes up for the crimes they've committed, but certainly this goes a long way. Today, we are dealing with the tendency within the Article 2, within the executive branch, when money is available, to see if they can't move it to where they would like to spend it, rather than the clear intent of Congress. I'd like to thank Chairman Nadler and Congresswoman Wagner for their work on making sure that this bill does just that. It puts the money back where it was originally intended. For instance, VOCA supports shelters for victims of domestic violence, which affects more than 12 million adults each year. VOCA funding is also used to support services for victims of child abuse and sexual assaults. In all, more than 6,000 organizations nationwide are funded through this act. However, because funding has fluctuated and at times have been diverted by the Department of Justice, this, in fact, will both increase and stabilize those funds. Over the years, Congress has adjusted funding flowing in and out of this account with an attempt to create certainty for support for these programs. Unfortunately, we haven't always succeeded, and I am not without some recognition that today will not be the last time we come back to say Congress, on a completely nonpartisan basis, really means it. These penalties and fines need to get to the organizations that deal with the victims. Today's bill will do just that, and we stand on a bipartisan basis ready to ensure that we do that again. Once again, I would like to thank the chairman and Congresswoman Wagner and all the others that worked so diligently on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Lady is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for the period of time given.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Across America, we can hear the cries of those who have been victims of crime. It is not in any way distinguished by communities or race, age, sex. It prevails our society. I'm reminded of the tragedy of two brothers on a crime spree, killing a man and kidnapping a woman. Those are victims of crimes. Their families are victims of crimes. And I can assure you that we stand collectively as members of Congress, recognizing that VOCA is crucial to responding to restorative justice for victims. The federal grants used to support victim services through VOCA have decreased significantly over the past several years. Further drastic cuts to VOCA funding are expected as the non-taxpayer funded pool from which these grants originate, the Crime Victims Fund, is running dry. I'm delighted to be an original co-sponsor with Chairman Nadler, Mr. Fitzpatrick, Ms. Scanlon, and to have worked with Congresswoman Wagner over the years on this very important legislation. Further drastic cuts to VOCA are expected as the non-taxpayer funded pool from which these grants originate, the Crime Victims Fund, is running dry. The Crime Victims Fund serves as an example of true justice because the money used to support victims comes not from taxpayer dollars, but rather from the criminal fines and penalties paid by federally convicted offenders. The Crime Victims Fund has shrunk rapidly in recent years and continues to decline because rather than prosecuting cases, the Department of Justice increasingly settles cases through deferred prosecution and non-prosecution agreements, and the monetary penalties associated with these agreements are deposited in the Treasury rather than the Crime Victims Fund. We don't want to pit one form of reform against one great need. These agreements may diminish the ability of VOCA to be funded because of the lack of dollars going into the fund. The crime for which these penalties are derived are the same, whether they are prosecuted or settled, and the funding should be given to serve victims. The VOCA Fix Act of 2021 fixes this by ensuring that monetary penalties associated with deferred and non-prosecution agreements go into the Crime Victims Fund instead of into the Treasury. common sense. Victims are outcrying their need for relief. This simple fix will prevent future funding cuts that jeopardize programs' abilities to serve their communities and will help address the many growing and unmet needs of victims and survivors, including survivors of domestic violence. We'll be on the floor tomorrow with the opportunity to vote on the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act. There are countless examples in domestic violence, stalking, sexual assaults, sex trafficking that shows that victims are in need. Victims are elders, victims are young, victims are families, victims are mothers and fathers. We are doing so because we recognize the urgency and dire
Gentlelady's
need.
time has expired.
The gentleman yield an additional minute.
I yield the gentlelady an additional minute.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank you. The dire need faced by victims and survivors throughout this country during a pinnacle moment caused by the pandemic. The numbers of domestic violence have gone up in cities like Houston, San Antonio, in Oregon, states like Oregon and New York. And we should recognize that the cooperation of this legislation in terms of improving the funding is absolutely crucial. The VACA fix of 2021, survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault will inevitably lose access to victim support services, leaving victims and survivors without options for safety and vulnerable opportunities to help them in their victimization if we don't fund this and change this process. So the VACA fix will rebuild lives. It will save the lives of children who are being impacted by violence against their family members. And yes, it will be the fair assessment of justice. That is what we're here to do, fair arbiters of justice. So I ask my colleagues to support this legislation and to join us tomorrow to support the Violence Against Women Act, to recognize that it is our job to promote justice in this place. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is now my pleasure to yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from Missouri who has done so much on this bill, Ms. Wagner.
Lady is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from California for yielding me the time, a good friend in Congress for years. We're so glad to have you back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you also for leading this legislation along with so many others. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1652, the VOCA fix to sustain the Crime Victims Fund Act. I am proud to co-lead this critical legislation, which will ensure that victims of serious crimes can continue to access the services that they need to heal and rebuild their lives. Victims of Crime Act, or VOCA, grants are the primary source of support for programs dedicated to survivors of domestic abuse, sexual assault, trafficking, child abuse, and other very traumatic crimes. These grants are funded by federal criminal monetary penalties, not by taxpayers. However, with the Department of Justice increasingly seeking non-prosecution and deferred prosecution agreements instead of prosecuting federal crimes, VOCA grants are facing catastrophic cuts. In my own home state of Missouri, we are expecting a 25% cut to VOCA funds in the upcoming year if this bill is not signed into law. Missouri law enforcement and victim service providers, along with prosecutors, need Congress to enact this legislation so they can protect and care for their communities. If we do not act swiftly to stabilize the VOCA funding, thousands of Americans will be unable to access life-saving services. And these programs have never been more important. The pandemic has put women and children in particular at an increased risk of abuse and domestic violence. We cannot leave victims without support during frightening and vulnerable times. This bipartisan and bicameral legislation, which is why I'm also hopeful that when the Senate passes this, Mr. Chairman, Madam Speaker, we will have the opportunity to actually make this law. So this bipartisan and bicameral legislation will help those victims recover as our justice system prosecutes the criminals responsible. I am grateful that the House is taking swift action to secure services for victims, and I again urge my colleagues to support the Victims of Crime Fix Act. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman.
Madam Speaker, in closing, I urge passage of this bill, recommend that all members vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, I will close now. Last year, all 56 state and territorial attorneys general sent a letter to Congress warning us that the balance and financial health of the Crime Victims Fund is in jeopardy and urging that we act swiftly to address the problem. As they explained, any decrease in the funds available for distribution results in a decrease in the number of victims and survivors that are served, as well as potential loss of essential staff for victim service programs. The vote of fix to sustain the Crime Victims Act heeds their call and would ensure that this fund has the resources it needs to continue delivering essential services to victims of crime. This important legislation is supported by more than 1,670 national, regional, state, territorial, and local organizations. I want to thank all my colleagues who have supported this bill. I am aware of no opposition to this bill at all, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1652? Those in favor say aye. 1652 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. purpose, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 233 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 11, House Resolution 233. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1620 to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act of 1994 and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rule Committee Print 117-3, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. Equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2, the further amendments described in Section 2 of this resolution. 3, the amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. And 4, one motion to recommit. Section 2, after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of this resolution shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution for the chair of the Committee on the Judiciary or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4, all points of order against the further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 5, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 6 to authorize the cancellation of removal and adjustment of status of certain aliens and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-4 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 6, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 1603, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for terms and conditions for non-immigrant workers performing agricultural labor or services and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 7, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1868 to prevent across-the-board direct spending cuts and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 8. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the House Joint Resolution 17, removing the deadline for the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 9, House Resolution 232 is hereby adopted. Section 10, notwithstanding Clause 7 of Rule 10, during the 117th Congress, the period described in such clause shall end at midnight on April 22nd.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, today the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 233, providing for consideration of H.R. 1620 under a structure rule. The rule self-executes a manager's amendment by Chairman Nadler, makes in order 41 amendments, and provides unblock authority to Chairman Nadler. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 6, H.R. 1603, and H.J. Res. 17 under closed rules. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, each equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary for their designees for H.R. 1620, H.R. 6, H.R. 1603, and H.J. Res. 17. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit on each bill. The rule also self-executes a manager's amendment by Chairman Nadler for H.R. 1603. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1868 under a closed rule. It also provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Budget or their designees. Finally, the rule provides that H.R. 232 is hereby adopted and extends the deadline for the committee funding resolution until April 22, 2021. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are here today to protect the vulnerable among us, to strengthen the foundation of our democracy, and ensure humane working conditions for the people who feed America. We're here to live up to our best ideals as a nation by creating protections against some of the worst threats that a person can face. Threats like domestic violence. In the minute that I've been talking, 20 people in this country have been abused by their partner. By the time we're done tonight, that number will be over 8,000. As someone who worked as a 911 dispatcher for nearly 18 years, as someone who has been on the other end of the line from domestic violence, as someone who has heard gunshots, silence, a young girl screams for help, I'm telling you, the 1,000 people victimized while we're here tonight need and deserve our help. And that's exactly what the Violence Against Women Act does. It makes vital new investments in prevention. It strengthens essential protections for the most vulnerable among us, including immigrant, LGBTQ, and Native American women. And it improves services for victims. It prevents abusers and stalkers from getting firearms and much, much more. VAWA is one of many vital protections we will discuss today, but it isn't the only one. Madam Speaker, this September will mark 100 years since the amendment was first proposed for our Constitution to guarantee women equal rights with men. It finally passed Congress in 1972. This simple amendment reads, in part, equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged, is being held up on a technicality. States took so long to sign on that the arbitrary deadline that was set by Congress, this body, has passed, even as 38 states have ratified the amendment. Congress created this problem, and Congress must fix it. HJRES 79 will remove the deadline for ratification and finally allow us to ensure women are treated as equals to men in our democracy. The need for equal rights under the law is not debatable. Too often, we have seen the results of unfair and unequal policies for women. This bill will help end those injustices. And as we strive to make our nation a more perfect union, then we need to consider how we treat immigrants too. Immigrants are the invisible backbone of this country. They are our family members, our neighbors, our frontline workers, woven into every aspect of the American fabric. Dreamers grew up in our communities. They pledged allegiance to our flag. They played in our fields, prayed in our churches, and worked in our stores. They want to contribute to the only nation that they've ever called home. The Dream and Promise Act helps them do that. It creates a pathway to citizenship for our dreamers. And it updates our temporary protected status and enforce departure laws to prevent devastating deportations. The fact is, too often, the contributions of aspiring Americans are left out of our dialogue about immigrants. But this pandemic has put a spotlight on just how vital that they are. Without immigrants working our fields, your last meal would have looked much different. Without them enduring record-setting temperatures, facing threats of wildfires, and doing it all without proper PPE, the price you paid to feed your family would go way up. Deaths among Latino farm workers increased by 60% during the pandemic. They are sacrificing their lives to feed us. And the question is, what are we willing to do in return? The Farm Workforce Modernization Act creates a pathway to legal status for more than 1 million farm workers and addresses our future labor needs by modernizing our outdated system for temporary workers. This bill will give farm workers the dignity and recognition they deserve while giving our farmers the stability they need to run their business. Now, before I move on to another topic, I want to say something about my personal immigration story. Just like many of our dreamers, I was sent here by my parents to escape the violence my family faced in Guatemala. I know exactly what it's like to decide between the violence and poverty of staying or the dangers and unknowns of trying to immigrate here. What I know is that we cannot legislate a solution for immigration when we ignore the factors that drive it. Strong men, narco traffickers have taken a hold in Central America, and the rule of law is under assault. The organizations that once fought to hold corrupt actors accountable have been dismantled, and their former employees are now being pursued by those very same corrupt actors. Attorney generals, unfortunately, are asylum seekers in our own country. We don't just have a responsibility to help stabilize the region. It is imperative that if we are ever to stop the rush of people trying to come here. I will close by saying every policy I described today is a policy I'm truly proud of. And just like the American Rescue Plan did last week, Democrats are making clear with our actions exactly what our priorities are. It doesn't matter how good our agenda is. If we can't deliver on the bills we pass, the one thing standing in our way right now is an inside the Beltway term called pay-go. And if we don't address it now, it will trigger massive cuts. It goes without saying that this would be a completely unacceptable at a time when Americans are in urgent need of more support, not less. Republicans passed legislation in 2017 to avoid pay-go in order to provide tax cuts for the filthy rich. So they clearly understand the need to avoid draconian cuts, and I expect them to join us in preventing them. H.R. 1868, the final bill we are here to discuss today, will do exactly that. And I look forward to a fruitful debate on these bills. And with that, I reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague from the Rules Committee, the representative from California, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the rule, a continuation of the Democrats' weeks-long partisan push to fulfill their partisan wish list. First up is H.R. 1620, the Violence Against Women Reauthorization Act, which is a highly divisive distortion of the original Violence Against Women Act that will jeopardize the safety of women by extending services to men who identify as women and allowing them to utilize programs that were designed to protect vulnerable women. The bill puts the safety of women at risk. The bill expands the definition of domestic violence to include economic and emotional duress, driving needed resources away from combating violent crimes against women and promoting an unproven restorative justice approach instead. Democrats have told us again and again that it is time to rethink our approach to law enforcement, but the same Democrats who want to defund the police are now pushing this unfunded mandate to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars upon law enforcement. That doesn't help anyone. Next is HJ Resolution, Res 17, which removes the established deadline for the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment. As the deadlines for states to ratify ERA has long passed, the constitutionality of this legislation is suspect at best. Congress does not have the authority to simply extend the deadline some 4 decades later. I also have concerns about this amendment radicalizing gender to enshrine pro-abortion rights in the Constitution. I do not need a constitutional amendment to tell me I am equal. The Constitution and federal law already require equal protection for all Americans. But if my colleagues on the other side were serious about the Equal Rights Amendment, they would ensure that the process for adoption was done entirely by the book, rather than saying good enough as they move forward in this questionable manner. Next, H.R. 6, the Dream and Promise Act of 2021. Will provide amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants, incentivize illegal border crossings, and worsen the surge of illegal immigration we are currently seeing. The bill will provide green cards to criminal aliens at a time when the southern border is already overwhelmed costing taxpayers hundreds of billions more. H.R. 1868 addresses the very real budgetary consequences of last week's massive partisan spending package being signed into law. While we can all agree that we should avoid cuts to mandatory spending that have been automatically triggered by this level of spending, there was an opportunity to work across the aisle on a bipartisan solution. It's unfortunate that the majority has chosen once again to forge ahead on their own with highly partisan policies. For this reason, Madam Speakers, I urge my colleagues to think twice before supporting this rule. We can do better for the American people. And finally, I want to address H.R. 1603, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, a bipartisan effort to reform our agricultural worker programs to address the workforce needs of our agricultural community. While I appreciate the efforts of my colleagues, including my colleague from the state of Washington, Congressman Newhouse, and others on both sides of the aisles, to negotiate in good faith on this legislation, I will point out that this bill is not without its flaws. It does not address the already high costs of the H-2A program to make a more economical solution to producers. It introduces a new private right of action against employers that risk costly litigation that our producers cannot afford. These types of issues are why stakeholders, such as the American Farm Bureau, have concerns with this legislation. Make no mistake, a viable workforce for our agriculture industry is a national security issue. However, I'd like my colleagues to recognize that with the current language, this bill is not the end-all, be-all solution for our farmers and ranchers. While this legislation may pass the full floor this week, as it stands, I hope our counterparts in the other body improve the bill before it is sent to the President. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge opposition to this rule and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the manager of the bill for her leadership and the rule. Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 4 minutes. Let me, first of all, rise in support of H.R. 6 because there are millions of young people waiting for this relief in the DACA promise. The American Dream and Promise Act is long overdue. These are nurses and doctors. These are hardworking young people. These are college students. They're ready to serve America. Let me also rise in support of the Farm Workforce Modernization Act for the many, many farmers across America that are supporting that and needing that. And let me rise, and I don't know who would be against, making sure that there are no Medicare cuts as we proceed to give lifeline to the American people through the American Rescue Act. I stand solidly behind that bill. But let me spend most of my time, Madam Speaker, on the question of the Violence Against Women Act and 1620 and H.J. Res 17. First of all, there is no divisiveness, and I really stand openly against that interpretation. Is there divisiveness on helping rape victims across America who, as President Biden has said, they live in states that are not blue states or red states, but they live with the scourge of domestic violence, one of the most dangerous calls that police officers make. We have in the Violence Against Women Act, which I wrote in 2018 when we could not get this bill to the floor because our Republican friends would not proceed. At that time, there was a Republican president, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate. Nothing happened, and women suffered. My Women's Center right now is teeming with women who are impacted by domestic violence during this pandemic. They're crying out for this legislation, and they don't see divisiveness. What they do see is enhanced legal assistance. What they do see is $110 million for rape prevention. What they do see is intervention with training for men and boys. They see a cultural space that provides culturally sensitive training and refuge for culturally distinct women who are victimized, who can go in a quiet, calm place and deal with culturally sensitive counselors and others. What they see is cooperation between the victim and law enforcement by providing and making sure that they have the kinds of resources and legal representation that is necessary. No one goes without legal representation, whether they're immigrant or Native American. They see an enhanced response to the victimization of Native American women, who in fact, there are those who victimize them on their particular reservation or pueblo and then run off outside of that, and they're not prosecuted. We change that. They see the closing of the boyfriend loophole. They see the taking away of guns from stalkers. Yes, this is a lifeline. The Violence Against Women Act, constitutionally grounded, due process protected for those who may be accused. But it is legislation that women have been waiting for. This bill expired in 2018. We wrote it in 2018. We built on it in the last Congress. And the amendments that were both Republican and Democrat are still in this bill because we believe in bipartisanship. And it is a bipartisan bill with members from this conference, the Republican conference, who are in this bill in terms of co-sponsors. And then as it relates to HRES 17, let me say that Congress has the authority to extend the deadline for ratification of the ERA. And the ERA says that women do not have to live in discomfort and live under the equality and live in inequality. They live in a nation of equality and they live in inequality, in housing, in income, in access to credit, in many ways, in employment. Why are we continuing this in the 21st century? So what does HRES do? It extends the deadline for the compliance with the Equal Rights Amendment for the states to be able to reach the 38 margin.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I will grant 1 additional minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 additional minute.
Thank you so very much. And it extends that time beyond the time that was last extended. When we extended that time, we extended it by majority vote in the United States Congress. A decision came out just recently about the fact that the deadline had expired. But what it did say is that the deadline was created by Congress and that Congress obviously has that authority. When we researched this in 1978 in the Judiciary Committee, there was no requirement that that extension of the deadline constitutionally required a 2/3 supermajority vote, simple majority. Are you going to suggest that women now should be denied the ERA when we have a number of states have already sanctioned this? There are some states that have rescinded, but that will be the jurisdiction of the United States Congress when appropriate. I ask my colleagues to support VAWA, HR 1620, and HRES 17, removing the deadline for the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment. It is time for VAWA. It is time for the ERA. With that, I yield back my time.
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of Rules, the representative from Oklahoma.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my good friend on the Rules Committee for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this rule. This rule and the accompanying legislation, sadly, is not about passing law, it's about making a point. All 5 of the bills dealt with in this rule have not been marked up by any committee in this Congress at all. And all of them are filled with poison pills that are designed to make sure most Republicans will not vote for them and they cannot pass the Senate of the United States. The 2 bills dealing with illegal immigration will not just help people, the DACA people, it will legalize millions of people in this country illegally. The measure on ERA, the timeline ran out for that 42 years ago. This matter cannot be reversed now. Frankly, the matter dealing with the budget, as my friend from Minnesota suggested, we said last week, you're going to run into this problem. You're going to cut Medicare. There's billions of dollars of wasted spending in that reconciliation bill that could actually offset those cuts. We should be considering that. Let me turn now to the Violence Against Women Act, Madam Speaker. I've been one of the strongest supporters of that legislation since I arrived in Congress. And I particularly am pleased with some of the measures dealing with Native American women, particularly some of the changes in this bill that extend it to children, and extend it to tribal law enforcement officers. Those are good changes. But there are other measures coupled with it dealing with the Second Amendment,
or dealing with, frankly, people that are not biologically female, that will put this bill at risk on this floor and certainly in the United States Senate. Madam Speaker, none of this was ever designed to become law. 2 years ago, we made that mistake. 3 years ago, actually, a little over 2 years ago in 2018, and none of the good things happened. Let's not make that mistake again. Let's reject this rule. Let's modify these bills. Let's send the Senate something it can work with and pass. If we do that, we have a chance not of making a point, but of actually making law that benefits every single American. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let the record show that Oklahoma's 4th District has 146,168 eligible Medicare beneficiaries that will be harmed if H.R. 1868 does not pass. Let the record show that Minnesota's 7th District has 152,451 eligible Medicare beneficiaries that will also be harmed if H.R. 1868 does not pass. And for the record, I would like to request unanimous consent to insert into the record an October 18, 2019 USA Today article entitled, "1 in 3 American Indian and Alaska Native women will be raped, but survivors rarely find justice on tribal lands."
Without objection.
And I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to my good friend and another colleague from the Rules Committee, the representative from Pennsylvania.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Representative Fischbach, for the time. The rule before us today provides for consideration of H.R. 6, a bill creating a pathway to citizenship for millions of people who entered this country illegally while doing nothing to enforce our immigration laws or secure our borders. You heard that right. This bill does nothing to enforce our immigration laws. It does nothing to secure our borders. And it does so as a record number of illegal immigrants pour across our southern border, and yet House Democrats are passing a bill that will further incentivize illegal immigration and will worsen the Biden border crisis. The numbers speak for themselves. Over 100,000 migrants were encountered at our southern border just last month. The CBP facility in Donna, Texas, was at 729% capacity last week. Let me repeat that. That facility was at 729% capacity. And alarmingly, CBP confirmed that 4 people were arrested at the border, 3 of whom were from Yemen, 1 of whom was from Serbia, and those individuals matched the names on the FBI's terrorist screening database. So despite my liberal progressive colleagues' claim to the contrary, this surge is directly the result of the Biden administration's decision to halt the border wall construction, to re-implement Obama-era catch and release policies, and to cancel President Trump's asylum agreements. This chamber should work to address the border crisis going on, Biden's border crisis. We should not pass legislation that encourages and rewards illegal immigration and further incentivizes this crisis. Yet that is what H.R. 6 in fact does. This bill places the interest of those who broke our laws above the interest of those who followed them. It has no enforcement provisions and includes loopholes to give green cards to gang members and criminals. It even puts U.S. taxpayers on the hook for grant programs to help illegal immigrants obtain green cards. Again, H.R. 6 would do absolutely nothing to address President Biden's border security and humanitarian crisis at the southern border. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule and vote no on H.R. 6. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the situation at the border has nothing to do with the DREAM and Promise Act. If anything, former President Trump's attempt to eliminate all resources contributed to the crisis at the border. The DREAM and Promise Act does not apply to future migrants just those who were already in the country before 2021. This DREAM Act has a very high criminal bar. An applicant is disqualified if they have any one of the following: a felony conviction, one misdemeanor conviction involving moral turpitude, more than 2 misdemeanors, or 1 misdemeanor for domestic violence. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Missouri.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding. And Madam Speaker, I rise in stark opposition to H.J. Res. 17, which would retroactively and unconstitutionally remove the deadline to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment. Ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment will expand taxpayer-funded abortions and imperil basic pro-life protections that states have enacted based on the will of their people through their state legislatures. I am a committed defender of rights for women and girls, and I have led efforts in Congress to end sex trafficking, address the rape kit backlog, and help women balance staying in the workforce and caring for their children. As a mother and as a proud grandma, I want my sweet granddaughter to feel secure in the knowledge that she is entitled to the same rights and opportunities as men. However, I cannot support this attempt to circumvent the amendment process and enshrine access to taxpayer-funded abortion in the Constitution by a simple majority vote, rather than with the required support of 2/3 of Congress or the states. Congress has twice given states time to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment, but the deadline has long since passed. While some states ratified the ERA after the deadline, others, up to 5, have withdrawn their ratification. I strongly agree and associate myself with the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's words when she made the point, and I quote, "If you count a latecomer on the plus side, how can you disregard states that said, 'We've changed our minds'?" If Democrats want to test the long-standing bipartisan agreement on limiting taxpayer-funded abortions, they should follow Justice Ginsburg's guidance and start the process over, just as our founders intended. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation. And Madam Speaker, I'd also like to set the record straight when it comes to the Violence Against Women Act, or VAWA. My amendment was removed in a partisan fashion from VAWA this Congress, stripping vital sex trafficking funding for victims, for children. This has always been included, and it was stripped out and not allowed in the amendment process. Also not allowed was my Prenda amendment that would have stopped sex selection in the womb, taking the lives of young girls. I urge opposition to this legislation and to all of the pieces that you have seen before us, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues across the aisle are not supportive of provisions to protect LGBTQ plus individuals in this bill. The LGBTQ plus members of our community experience domestic violence too. Abusers do not discriminate based on sexual orientation, and neither should this body. Legislators who oppose equality are trying to turn this into a debate about abortion, to distract from the issue at hand. I would like to clarify that the ERA doesn't include any requirement to provide specific health care services, including abortion. It is about equality under the law. Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend, the representative from New Jersey.
Thank my friend for yielding.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the most recent Marist poll found that 7 in 10 Americans, including nearly half who identify as pro-choice, want significant restrictions on abortion. Yet the ERA, as written, will be used in an aggressive litigation strategy to nullify those restrictions, including the Hyde Amendment, waiting periods, parental involvement, women's right to know laws, conscience rights, and the late-term ban on abortion like the Partial Birth Abortion Act. NARAL Pro-Choice America has said, and I quote, the ERA would reinforce the constitutional right to abortion and require judges to strike down anti-abortion laws, close quote. The National Organization for Women said, quote, an ERA properly interpreted would negate the hundreds of laws that have passed restricting access to abortion. Abortion activists, Madam Speaker, successfully litigated using state ERAs in both New Mexico and Connecticut to compel taxpayers to pay for abortion on demand. Last year, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg spoke on the legal impermissibility of extending the deadline for ratification and said that we should start over. I couldn't agree more. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 16 USA Today opinion piece from activists Dolores Huerta, Carol Jenkins, and Eleanor Smil entitled, There is no deadline on women's equality. Add Equal Rights Amendment to the Constitution. Madam Speaker, COVID's impact on women shows the continued need for equality. We have the power to remove the ERA's ratification deadline and make it a reality.
Without objection, does the gentlewoman reserve?
Reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of Congresswoman Miller Meeks's H.R. 1897, the REACT Act. And Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with the extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
To speak further on the amendment, I yield 5 minutes to my colleague, the representative from the state of Iowa.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my good friend, Congresswoman Fischbaugh, for yielding me time. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can take up my bill, H.R. 1897, the REACT Act. My bill would require the Department of Homeland Security to test all migrants illegally crossing our border for COVID-19, whom they plan to release into our communities. Yesterday, I traveled to El Paso, Texas, to meet with the men and women of the United States Customs and Border Protection. I saw firsthand the crisis they are facing and believe it is our job as Congress to do everything in our power to address it. CBP is currently encountering more than 3,000 migrants on average per day, which is rapidly approaching levels seen at the height of the 2019 crisis. To put this in perspective, President Obama's Secretary of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson, stated during his tenure that 1,000 apprehensions a day was considered a bad day. We are at more than 3 times that now, and on top of it, we continue to face a global pandemic. In February, CBP encountered over 100,000 migrants on the southwest border trying to illegally enter our country. This does not include those migrants who may have gotten away or evaded detection, some of whom may be positive for COVID-19. The Department of Homeland Security announced today that we are on track to encounter the highest number of migrants along the southwest border in the last 20 years. Seasonally, migration gets worse in the spring months of April and May, so we are likely to see these numbers increase over the coming months. Yesterday, I heard directly from the Border Patrol agents that few, if any, of the thousands of migrants we saw in CBP custody are being tested for COVID-19. These migrants, and children in particular, are being held in facilities that are already at capacity and often for longer than the 72-hour limit permitted by law. According to recent reports, as of March 8th, 185 migrants released into Brownsville, Texas, have tested positive for COVID-19. Border security and immigration is not an issue that only affects border states. It affects every community across the country. If the Biden administration continues to release these migrants, they will not stay in our border communities. Instead, they will travel to every state and without proper testing and quarantine, and they are likely to bring COVID-19 with them, and the communities to which they are transferred are unaware. As a physician and the former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health, I know that the COVID-19 pandemic is not yet over. We must ensure that any individuals the Biden administration insists on releasing into our communities do not have COVID-19. This is also why I support reinstating the PAUSE Act to prevent the introduction of new COVID-19 cases from Canada and Mexico. For this reason, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to require that we keep all of our communities and these migrants safe and stop spreading COVID-19 by voting no on the previous question. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, President Biden inherited a dismantled and gutted immigration system. The prior administration's strategy of cruelty, chaos, and confusion was ineffective and set the stage for our current challenges. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 15th Columbus Dispatch article entitled "Undocumented Immigrants Pay Billions in Taxes Each Year and Have Been for 25 Years."
Objection.
Madam Speaker, during the last 4 years, millions of immigrants face uncertainty under the Trump administration's pursued cruel immigration policies. With passage of H.R. 6, we are beginning a new chapter in our nation's immigration policy. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will note, in response to my colleagues across the aisle, that there is nothing wrong with enforcing the immigration laws that are on the books, and that's all we're talking about doing at the border and keeping the border secure. Madam Speaker, yesterday I visited the southern border, and what I saw was unacceptable, full stop. I witnessed the dangerous and rapidly growing impacts of Biden's border crisis. I spoke to Border Patrol agents on the front line of the crisis and witnessed firsthand what they are up against. Thousands of migrants are showing up every week, hanging on to the words and the promises of President Biden's goal of relaxing the border issues and border restrictions. Our Border Patrol agents are under-resourced and overwhelmed. They have been put in an untenable situation with little regard for their health or safety. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas recently announced the department would begin allocating FEMA resources. FEMA is the agency that's in charge with overseeing the pandemic and delivering vaccines to our American citizens. He's taken resources away from those American citizens to deal with this crisis on the border. If FEMA is involved, it is by definition a disaster. Last week, senior Homeland Security officials told the committee that Customs and Border Patrol doesn't have the capacity to test and quarantine migrants in their custody, and that there was no planning being done to ensure migrants are not released by the federal government at the border if they are COVID-19 positive. Thousands have been released. I saw with my own eyes hundreds of people in this facility, not a single one was tested. And we don't know, and only half the Border Patrol agents had been inoculated. We don't know how many have COVID-19, and quite frankly, I don't think they want to know. In the midst of the ongoing pandemic, it's the department's job to ensure it doesn't release anyone COVID-19 positive. For this reason, I support efforts to defeat the previous question and bring up common sense legislation to require that any individual released from a CBP or ICE custody test negative for COVID-19. President Biden's knee-jerk reversal of productive, effective border security policies from the previous administration was a
The
political
gentleman's time has
calculation.
expired.
Madam Speaker, I yield an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is
Enough.
recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. President Biden's knee-jerk reversal of productive, effective border security policies from the previous administration was a political calculation that has quite frankly backfired and created a humanitarian, security, and public health crisis. We can't allow our nation's progress in overcoming the ongoing pandemic to be undermined by dangerous policies allowing individuals with COVID-19 to be released into our communities. I urge my colleagues to vote to defeat the previous question. Now yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record a statement by Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro N. Mayorkas,
Without objection.
in which he states the many issues associated with the southern border and what we are doing to address those issues. For example, Border Patrol facilities and border personnel that had not had complete access to COVID-19 now have complete access to the vaccine. It states about the disruptions of the previous administrations and their lack of commitment to deal with tender-age children and many other issues that could help inform this conversation moving forward. With that, I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from New Mexico.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise because I am concerned about the release of aliens into my community without COVID-19 testing. Dr. Miller-Meeks' changes this to legislation are vital to protecting Americans from the spread of COVID-19. As our nation continues to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, our state is still largely locked down, our schools are shuttered, and many of our businesses have been closed due to orders from the state and local officials. In many areas along the border, CBP has restarted catch and release in the midst of this unprecedented pandemic. This is completely illogical, especially while American citizens continue to live under such restrictions. In fact, again, I can point to double standard. Madam Speaker, it is very unfair to think that we want to do something to protect these young families, these unattended or unaccompanied children, when we know for a fact that they are coming across the border at the age 1, 3, and 5 alone without any supervision. We know for a fact that they are being raped and pillaged along the way. And if we feel like that somehow is a benefit to the children, let alone being exposed and coming into this nation with COVID, then we are fooling not only ourselves, but again, the American people. We aren't just putting the immigrants in harm's way, but the American people. We should be more mindful of what is happening. This is a health pandemic we are living in. This is a crisis. We have suicide rates that we've never seen before amongst students. Our businesses are shut down. We must do something to protect the American people first. And we also must protect the migrants. But allowing our borders to be porous without the COVID testing is, again, it's a mistake, not only for the nation, but for the migrants trying to come here. It's dangerous for both Americans and migrants. We deserve better than that in America. Our Americans deserve better than that. And we must support Dr. Miller's bill and insist that there is COVID testing before people, migrants, are released into America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, as difficult as the situation is at our southern border, we are addressing it. The Biden administration has acted, and they've made progress. They have no illusions about how hard it is because they inherited a dismantled program. And to protect our own workforce, they have launched Operation Vaccinate, VOW, in late January. At the beginning of the Biden administration, less than 2% of our frontline personnel were vaccinated. To date, more than 25% of our frontline personnel have been vaccinated. That's leadership. That's not avoidance of the problem that we face. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further testifiers. If I am prepared to close, if the gentlelady from California.
I am prepared to close, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, there is a crisis at our border. Whether the Democrats acknowledge it or not, our Border Patrol agents are overwhelmed, detention facilities are way over capacity, and COVID-19 is spreading unchecked throughout. This puts the health of both individuals detained and the border agents at risk. We currently require negative COVID tests to travel in the U.S., so why should the southern border be any different? The border crisis is a direct result of the administration's lax immigration policy, and it's putting our communities at further risk of contracting COVID-19. Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote on the previous question and a no vote on the underlying measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, last week we passed a historic American Rescue Plan, which set out a vision of who we are as a nation. We are a country that can conquer this virus, a country that cares about eliminating childhood poverty, and a country that is dedicated to ensuring that everyone, not just the rich, are able to emerge from the pandemic and do better. The bills before us today are a continuation of this vision of a country committed to doing better for the people. Too many people in America live in fear. Fear because they are not protected under the law. But these bills before us today say no more. The Violence Against Women Reauthorization Act says to domestic abuse survivors, you are safe. You are going to be safe. HJ-Res 17, which removes the deadline for the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment, says to women, you are equal. We are equal. The Dream and Promise Act says to dreamers, you too can have a shot at the American dream. And the Farm Workforce Modernization Act tells our farm workers, you can do your job without fear of deportation. HR 1868 tells Americans, don't worry about draconian cuts. Let's focus on recovery. Madam Speaker, the bills before us today will continue the Democratic Congress' work to do better by all the American people. Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The previous question is ordered. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request to record a vote. The yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 233, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 11, House Resolution 233, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1620 to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act of 1994 and for other purposes. 6, to authorize the cancellation of removal and adjustment of status of certain aliens and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1603 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for terms and conditions for non-immigrant workers performing agricultural labor or services and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1868 to prevent across-the-board direct spending cuts and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 17, removing the deadline for the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Perlmutter of Colorado, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Perlmutter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez, member from Ohio, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the Speaker that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the previous question. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garbarino, pursuant to HR from New York, District 2, HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will cast a no on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member Mr. Speaker, as the member designated, can you hear me?
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Kim pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Peters of California pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose, the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition.
As the member designate by Mr. Kahele, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Perfect. All done.
Purpose, does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose, the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Sorry about that. For what purpose, gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bishop of Georgia, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose, the gentleman for Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Marigon pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Marigon will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose, does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on ordering the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yea on the motion to move the previous question on H-Res 233.
For what purpose does a are we on? For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Kinzinger pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8,
I inform the House that Mr. Desaulniers will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
This is a gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Castro of Texas pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Castro is a yes on ordering the previous question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Purpose is the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
This is a gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the motion to move the previous question on House Resolution 233. Thank you.
Purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yea on the ordering the previous question.
This gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine, the Pine Tree State, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Garamendi to pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Craig,
of Minnesota pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Craig will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Custer pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Custer will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Bush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose of the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barra pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Barra will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose, the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Ceres pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ceres will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 212 and the nays are 200. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3, Subdivision S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Seek recognition.
Member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 233.
For what purposes, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on H-Res 233.
Thank you.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Florida, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on House Resolution 233.
This is the gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gottheimer pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, designated by Mr. Kinzinger pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote no on H-Res 233. Again?
Does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote no on H-Res 233.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Minnesota, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As the member designated by Ms. Craig pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Craig will vote yes on House Resolution 233.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H-Res 233. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H-Res 233.
Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H-Res 233, and as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H-Res 233.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Castro of Texas pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Castro will vote yes on House Resolution 233. Thank you, Speaker.
Does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H-Res 233. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H-Res 233.
For what purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on House Resolution 233.
For what purpose, the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H-Res 233. As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on H-Res 233.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly pursuant on H Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H Resolution 233.
The gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H-Res 233.
What purpose, the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H-Res 233.
Gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on H-Res 233. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on H-Res 233. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on H-Res 233.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.Res. 233.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Garamendi pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on H-Res 233.
Hey, how are you, man? Thing. Let me know. Purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on H-Res 233.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yea on H-Res 233.
Good. What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on the adoption of H-Res 233.
Purpose, gentleman from Massachusetts, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H-Res 233. As the member designated by Ms. Bush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yes on H-Res 233. And as the member designated by Ms. Custer pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Custer will vote yes on H-Res 233.
Purpose, gentleman from Massachusetts, seek recognition.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on House Resolution 233. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bishop of Georgia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote yes. He will vote yes on H-Res 233.
Good, ladies. For what purpose does the gentleman for Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H-Res 8. I inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote yes on H-Res 233.
Etiquette, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Perlmutter of Colorado pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Perlmutter will vote yes on House Res 233.
Purpose is a gentlewoman from Kansas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H-Res 233. As the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H-Res 233. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H-Res 233. As the member designated by Mr. Kim pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on H-Res 233.
Purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barra pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Barra will vote yes on House Resolution 233. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on House Resolution 233.
Purposes, gentlewoman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8,
I inform the House that Mr. Desagne will vote yes on HRES 233.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 233.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on HRES 233. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRES 233. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to HRES 8, inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRES 233. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on HRES 233. As the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on HRES 233.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan? Seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peters of California pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on HRes 233. As the member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote yes on HRes 233.
For what purpose, gentleman from California? Seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on HRes 233.
For what purpose, does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on House Res 233. Now I got to fill out a card, right?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the members designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on H-Res 233. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Garbarino of New York, 2nd District, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote nay on H-Res 233.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 204. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1799 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1799, a bill to amend the Small Business Act and the CARES Act to extend the covered period for the Paycheck Protection Program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Gentleman from California, recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 1799.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
The Honorable Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garbarino from the state of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yea on H.Res. 233. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on H.Res. 233.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yea on H.R. 1799.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Garbarino from New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yea on H.R. 1799. Thank you, sir. Of Ohio, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on H.R. 1799.
What purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bishop, of Georgia, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
Give me the thumbs up. What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
Purpose is a gentlewoman from Minnesota, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Craig pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Craig of Minnesota will vote aye on H.R. 1799.
What purpose is gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on H.R. 1799.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 1799. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
All right, I'm putting my proxy. This gentleman from Florida, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Mr. Peters of California, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
New York, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 1799.
That was good. For what purpose, the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I would like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 1799, the PPP Extension Act of 2021. Thank you.
Purpose is the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Perlmutter of Colorado pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Perlmutter will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
For what purposes, gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine, Chair of the Congressional Arts Caucus, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
C, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote yea on H.R. 1799. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird, Indiana, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H.R. 1799.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on House Resolution 1799. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barra pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Barra will vote aye on House Resolution 1799.
Does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H.Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H.Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Mr. Kim pursuant to H.Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
What purpose the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to the House, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
For what purpose the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Castro of Texas pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Castro will be voting yes on House Resolution 1799. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
Seek recognition.
Designated by Mr. Kahale pursuant to Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kahale will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
First is the gentleman from California. Seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Garamendi pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As a member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
This gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 1799. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
This gentleman from Arizona.
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
Purpose, gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Bush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 1799. And as the member designated by Ms. Custer pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Custer will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
Gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 1799. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Washington, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yea on H.R. 1799.
For what purpose, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote yea on H.R. 1799.
Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
Gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on H.R. 1799. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on H.R. 1799.
reason does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 1799.
This vote, the yeas are 415, the nays are 3. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 485, on which the yeas and the nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 485, a bill to reauthorize the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. First, does a gentlelady from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated by Mr. Cleaver pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated by Mr. Kim pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Craig pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Craig of Minnesota will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H.R. 485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote yea on H.R. 485.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Castro of Texas pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Castro will vote yes on H.R. 485. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 485. And as a member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 485.
Gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote yea on H.R. 485. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Illinois, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yes on H.R. 485.
Purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barra pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Barra will vote yes on House Resolution 485. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on House Resolution 485.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Massachusetts, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated by Ms. Custer pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Custer will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose? I apologize. This gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to H Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 485.
No. For what purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gottheimer pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on H.R. 485.
Thanks, Brian. For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kind will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bishop of Georgia, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.R. 485. And as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 485. And as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on H.R. 485.
What purpose, the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 485, the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. Thank you.
This gentlelady from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H.R. 485. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H.R. 485.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Garamendi pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on H.R. 485.
What purpose, gentleman from Arizona seek
As the member
recognition?
designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 485.
Gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the H.R. 485.
Purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaley, pursuant to H Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaley will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose, gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Perlmutter of Colorado pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Perlmutter will vote yes on H.R. 485.
Purpose, gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Snyder pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Snyder will vote yea on H.R. 485.
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on H.R. 485. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garabino from the state of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garabino will vote yea on H.R. 485.
The gentleman from Colorado can continue.
Mr. Speaker, now, as the member designated by Mr. Snyder pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Snyder will vote yea on H.R. 485.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 485.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H.R. 485, and as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose, the gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on H.R. 485.
Does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 485.
For what purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peters of California, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on H.R. 485. As the member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote yes on H.R. 485.
On this vote, the yeas are 345, the nays are 73, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 9 of House Resolution 233, House Resolution 232 is hereby adopted. All right.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker very much. I rise today to pose a question to my good friend, the Senator from Wisconsin. It amazes me that in the conspicuous and confirmed insurrection on January 6th, when there were persons who were literally attacking and beating law enforcement officers in plain view, seeking to kill the Vice President, the Speaker, and members of Congress, and throwing off racial epithets. That senator from Wisconsin seemed to be confused, that he was not afraid of the insurrectionists who were beating police officers, but he would be afraid of young people, Black Lives Matter, who were fighting for social justice, and allegedly those who are Antifa, which is really an ideology. It strikes me quite amazing that this individual would not understand that that is racist. That is racism. And I would hope that if you take an oath to serve the people of the United States of America and your own state that is very diverse, that you would correct that kind of behavior, and that you would in fact not be someone who would offer to say that Black Lives Matter are worthy of being frightened of. No, they're not. They are fighting for social justice. They're fighting for what is right. I think you need to
Time has expired.
I think you need to get corrected in what you are thinking.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mr. Vincent Speranza, a 101st Airborne paratrooper, Battle of the Bulge legend, and now a frequent flyer out of Abraham Lincoln Capitol Airport in Springfield, Illinois. Mr. Speranza is 95 years old and usually flies out of Abraham Lincoln on his way to travel the world or to jump out of airplanes like last year with the U.S. Army's Golden Knights. Just a few weeks ago, I had the honor of being on the same flight as him. TSA officers Martin Derhike and also Deanna Victor love Mr. Speranza and know he will always have a new story to brighten their day and lift their spirits. Mr. Speranza grew up in Staten Island, but now lives in Sherman, Illinois. He became a paratrooper after basic training and joined the 101st just prior to the Battle of the Bulge, where his actions have cemented his legacy to this day. Mr. Speranza filled up his Army helmet with beer from a tap in Bastogne for his friend who was wounded. Later, airborne beer was born because of Speranza's efforts, and I urge you all to look up this story if you haven't already. Thank you, Mr. Speranza, for your service to our country, for the way your presence brightened everyone's day, and for helping your fellow troops find a beer during the Battle of the Bulge. Cheers to many more years, my friend. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the chamber by unanimous consent for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the American Rescue Plan is going to help get kids back to full in-person learning in the Massachusetts 4th. Since even before taking office, opening the schools has been my top district priority. With the rescue plan, we are not only boosting the production of vaccines that protect teachers and staff, but we are also providing money for the HVAC upgrades and for ongoing COVID surveillance testing in the schools. This testing catches outbreaks early and breaks transmission chains. It provides confidence and transparency as we reopen. I'm proud that scientists and operators in my district are developing these cutting-edge, low-cost school testing technologies, including at Ginkgo Bioworks, CIC Health, and Project Beacon. Classrooms must open, and they must be safe for students and teachers alike. With vaccines and testing, they will be. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek 1 minute to extend the House and revise my extended remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, my legislation which will be on this House floor tomorrow. Madam Speaker, for years, VAWA has been instrumental in safeguarding women and children from abuse, anguish, violence, and has resulted in the saving of millions of lives. Madam Speaker, in my own district in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, Woman's Place has served as life-saving resource for over 40 years. And NOVA, the Network of Victim Assistance, has helped over 3,600 victims, neither of which would be able to do their work without the help of VAWA and the reauthorization. And Madam Speaker, in August of 2018, 7-year-old Kaden Mancuso of Bucks County was murdered by her father after being awarded partial unsupervised custody despite a documented history of violence. A beautiful young girl whose lives was taken from us. Kaden's law is included in this bill and takes steps to improve our response to the failures of state courts to protect our children in custody proceedings. Madam Speaker, VAWA is life-saving legislation, and I implore my colleagues and all my friends who we have built relationships with on both sides of this aisle to join me tomorrow in supporting this legislation. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor an important voice of Tybee Island, Georgia. Mike Scarborough passed away on March 4th. He was born in Birmingham, Alabama, but eventually moved to Norcross, Georgia, where he became vice president of Marathon Construction. Mike later moved to Tybee Island in 1992, where he and his lovely wife, Iris, became owners of Lazaredo Creek Marina. There they created Captain Mike's Dolphin Tours. Captain Mike's Dolphin Tours was voted the best adventure tour on Tybee Island for 9 straight years, and it was all thanks to Mike's tireless contributions in engaging persona. Mike was an active member of the Tybee Island Republican Club, Tybee American Legion, and the Ailey Temple Shriners. I'm thankful for his wonderful contributions to Tybee Island for the past few decades. My thoughts and prayers go out to his family, friends, and all who knew him during this most difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute, revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. President Trump is owed yet another apology from fake news outlets. The recent revelation about the Washington Post and its retraction and other disinformation sources going with a made-up narrative from sources in the Georgia election scandal prove once again that no act is out of bounds for the media, Democrats, and others with Trump derangement syndrome in their effort to discredit President Trump. The Washington Post even went so far as to criticize all of conservative media for not covering that story. 2 distorted accounts of phone calls by President Trump got us 2 phony baseless impeachment proceedings by this House. With no real review, witness testimony, or anything resembling due process in the bum rush to have round 2 of impeachment, the blatant political usage of this process is a stain on this institution and should be an embarrassment to all who drove it. Apologies are not only owed to President Trump, but more importantly to the citizens of the United States who lived through a year of being clamped down, their jobs lost and damaged, savings used up, and a giant legacy of deficit and debt that this institution should be tackling. Instead, many weeks and costs wasted on 2 impeachments in 2 years in the House. Shame on this institution for fulfilling this fake news.
The gentleman's time has expired. Purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize
my very good friend, Judge Jeff Burdett from Mount Vernon, Kentucky in Rockcastle County, upon his retirement as circuit judge after 30 years of distinguished service to the good people of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Judge Burdett's circuit district comprised Rockcastle, Lincoln, and Pulaski counties. Judge Burdett was considered a constitutional scholar who was respected by everyone, not just on the bench and in the legal community, but everyone in the community in Southern Kentucky. He was instrumental in launching the 28th Circuit Adult Drug Court and the Rocket Docket. Judge Burdett has been someone I've always looked up to, and I wish him the very best in his retirement, and I thank him on behalf of the United States House of Representatives for his service to the good people of Kentucky. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Are there any further requests for 1-minute speeches? Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.